Okay, so I don't have an excuse. I really don't. So what happened was, okay, what happened was, whew. Hey, how's it going, Kit? Sorry. So I woke up 10:30. Then I spent like the next hour and a half catching up. Well, the next hour catching up with the chat. And then, you're never gonna believe this. I was like, you know what? I should open Monster Hunter now, just in case. You know, I don't really play the game. I've been just waiting for the Monster Hunter update to get me hunting horns. And then, wouldn't you know it, they had hunting horns. And so I spent the next 30 minutes doing that. And then I walked Maho and did that. And yeah. Terrible excuse. It's not really an excuse. It's just what happened, you know? Anyway, let's do our figures. Let's do our figures. Speak now, forever hold your peace. If you want something other than figures. Oh wait, you wanted the drawings. The studies. These ones. I'll do it in two parts because I feel like it's a bit big, I guess. Let's just get these to you. This is 200. And appreciate, yeah, of course. Of course, it is within my power to do, and therefore I will do it. Cool. Rip, Spooky's motorcycle got a nail in it. Okay, enough of this. Let's go ahead and stream this in the Discord so people can see. And let's get to the right one. Don't forget, we have our Inca Cola. Because my mom returned this and bought me some good cola. Hit versus figures too. There you match. You just gotta be real loose with it. It's the same. You can be good at figures as soon as you don't care about figures. It's just like being cool. That's why I think the better you are at doing figures, the cooler you are. Alright. I didn't check to make sure I was doing the right color and everything. And I'm not. made her head just a little bit small. She's bald. I don't need that last bit. That can be the face section. 13%. Yo, let's go. Nice. Wait, what? What weights? What's going on? Page size? What do you mean? It's 100. Scroll chat. Ooh, sorry. So my recommendation, I'm using a 4K 9x11, right? So it's 3200 by 4636 pixels, right? This is just kind of the size that I did. If your page is getting filled up more, then my recommendation is just to zoom in one step and use a lighter, like a smaller pen size. I'm using a size 8 brush with this pencil, right? This is just what I've become most comfortable with. But if you're filling up the page, either make the page longer, just like increase the page size with like canvas. If you go to the top right and you go edit, change canvas size, you can just like drag it out, right? So just make it a little longer, right? I try to do 4 to a page. If you are someone who prefers to have like all 30 on a page, because at the end you see I take the 4 layers that I do and I scrunch them together into one. So even mine, all 60 don't fit into one page, right? I edit it afterwards. So that's probably the better recommendation. Just do as many as you can on one page and then like do a new layer, right? Anyway. All right, let's get back to it. Spending too much time on his cool hat. But dag nabbit, it's a cool hat. I knew I spent too much time on the hat. Why do they always have a gun? I guess because this is America. Don't catch you slipping now. I remember when that song came out, it was like fucking wild. And like America has not changed. It is just as like gun violent and as before. There's still just as many school shootings and everything. There's been an increase, I think. Since the song came out for sure. I think it's chilled out a little bit. I want to see if I can make a new PP for attempts. Personal best for attempts. Yeah. Listen, I count any attempt as an attempt, right? So even if you just get like the hat or whatever, I think that's good. Check out my wrist. Rami the Roman. We're still in our... Nothing needs to be skipped yet because it's the beginning of the day. section. I didn't give enough room for his legs. That's a shame. Oh, wow. This one's very dramatic. That's probably where the rib cage is. Hand. Fabric. Knee. More fabric. Leg. Now this is a ballerina pose. I guess this would technically be a prima donna pose. That's crazy that the word prima donna just literally translates to first lady. Because like colloquially in English, it's become the term for someone who is like thinks too much of themselves, right? But you could still make an argument for someone who thinks they're the first lady, probably thinks too much of themselves, right? Because it's associated with like ballet, right? And because it's associated with ballet, it's associated with like the people who become like superstars and try to treat other people lesser because they are not famous like them. It has nothing to do with that at all. So an Italian who says the word has no idea the implications in English. Hijinks ensue, right? Yo! Fucking wild ass pose. I really like how I managed to capture this one. It's really good pose. A very naughty maid. like if Dexter's mom was posing for lingerie. Which, by the way, I am 100% a fan of the idea. Always gotta have a gun. These arms are in some weird shape and places, so I'm just gonna lay those in first. She's got them knobbing knees. And the goggles on top to sell the look. Probably make your hips a little bit bigger, her waist a little bit smaller. That 4? That's 3. 4. This guy's got some fucking awesome posing. I love this guy so much. Look at that. He's on the vine, falling so slowly like tiny fragile shells drifting in the fall. Little soldier boy comes marching home. Brave soldier boy comes marching home. This should be 3. Making his hat smaller just for the sake of brevity. Anytime my pencil would like to catch up. Anytime my pencil would like to catch up. Alright, cool. Always gotta have a gun. You always gotta have a gun, don't they? I don't have enough space for it. It's a pump action too. What the hell? I guess technically a double barrel? New layer. Some wild posing here. This one's pretty simple. This one's a little bit static for a pose. I'm gonna focus a little bit on the hair. Maybe you can get a little bit more like angle out of that neck, something like that. Looking for the shape of that forearm. And then that connects into the bicep. So we have that nice shift downwards from the shoulder into the, what's it called? Into the trapezius, not trapezius, sorry, the deltoids. Oops, started those too low. So this one I always make the arms a bit too long, so what I'm going to do is just kind of skip over that and go for the torso. So it'll give me a sense of scale when I do the arms later. Rib cage, and then follow the rib cage down, and the abdominals kind of just slide into it. Rib cage, and then we have the, shoot, what are they called? I forget the name of the muscle, but it's the ones on your side. Systema dorsi? No, that's not right. If I look it up, I'll know it immediately, and I'll be like, man, how did I forget that? But for now, whatever. We want to follow the parallel lines where we can. Next, we're going to do the arms, and we know that the arms are going to be right above the head here. So we want to give them that stretch and length down into the shoulder to make it look long. Right. This one is a weird pose for sure, and every time you have weird poses, you want to be thinking about the overall contour, right? So what is the feeling you're getting from this? I'm getting like someone who's more claustrophobic, so we want to try to emphasize the shoulder being in front of the face, or at least part of the like jawline. And we have hands coming back in. And I want to make sure that like the overall outline of the shape is going to look similar to the pose, right? And of course you can focus on the anatomy too. This one hides it so you get a lot more just like volumes and shapes. Simplified forms, so you don't have to be thinking about it too much. Of course I made that too short. That's fine. It is what it is. Oh my god, this person's cosplaying as a starfish. Make your head real small, because we know that the limbs are going to take up a lot of space. Start off with like the shoulder, connect that down into the main body. It helps to start with probably the torso on this one would have been an easier place to start for sure. Just remember the patterns. Thigh curves inwards, calf curves outwards, right? And you kind of just touch the limbs, make sure everything's the same length. Jump around on this one because it's got hair, so I can just flow for the head, and then we can put in a jawline. Shoulder comes down where the hair is, more or less. Have more hair coming down through there. The other shoulder comes up. We want it higher than the first shoulder. We can exaggerate a little bit. Peace signs. We don't have to do any more detail than that. They have a tie, which can help some things. Clothes are your friends because they can help you show contours and distances and depths. Ninja climbing the wall. I'm going to use the clothes to help indicate direction of the cloth, right? So it helps us give form by the way the clothes contour around. You can try and count how many ridges, right? So 1, 2, and then we have this ridge, and then the one that covers the hand. And look for the space between the spaces as like its own shape. Negative shapes, really helpful. Static poses are a real challenge because there's nothing to like lean into for identification. So I prefer to find it in hair. And then from there, we look for the subtleties of the shifts in the shoulder. Using the clothes to define form. If we assume that people put their clothes on level, that means when we show this, like one side has more skin than the other, what we're showing is that their hips are moving. Right, use that to show contour. Find the shapes in the shapes. This lady's always a challenge because she's just got like a wacko pose. So you really, this one's like the opposite. You don't have any clothes or anything to help you. You just kind of have to know the anatomy really well. But good news is you can get really good at identifying where glutes are, where like knee ridges, what shape is in front of other shape, stuff like that. Almost out of time for her. I always get lost in all of these different forms that we have to make. This one's another static pose, but we have an interesting angle to work with. So make use of all of the contour shapes that are moving away from us. You can see the interesting like shape of when the hips are on display. And then we have the gluteus showing up underneath. And of course there's a gun. There's always a gun. sometimes you might feel like this pose if it's just really been a long day and you just want to know what the floor feels like. Because the floor is forgiving, it is cold. It releases you of your sins. Super guilty because I don't think I'm getting anything throughout this exercise. Try to capture the form, look ridiculously off. That's fine. That's fine. As long as you're thinking about it, familiarity will guide you the rest of the way, and consistency, right? And by that, I mean, the more you do these, the more you look at these poses, the more intimately familiar you get with them subconsciously. And you're like, okay, I know this. And eventually you'll start looking at your own drawings while you're looking at this, and you're like, oh, okay, I keep ending my arms flaring the wrong direction. I need to work on the volume for that. Or you'll start saying, oh, I noticed that I keep doing the same thing over and over when I draw feet. Or I keep drawing this face at the different angle, right? Like this is supposed to be like facing the camera, but whenever I'm doing it, it looks kind of like they're always looking down to the bottom of it, right? So there's always something to be like noticing afterwards, right? Or while you're doing it, right? If you release yourself from this idea that it has to look exactly like what you're seeing, right? You're just trying to grab the forms and you're just trying to not necessarily copy, but like represent these forms as they come and as they go. You're less, your brain is less held up, right? It has time to be thinking about what goes where, blah, 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 all that interesting stuff that your brain will do subconsciously. So even if you feel like you're not getting anything out of it now, because you're just doing it and you're customizing, you're acclimating yourself to just doing it, eventually your brain starts to take all the parts that you do every time, and it's like, okay, I do this every time, I'm gonna go ahead and just automate this, right? And that's when you start to free up a lot of your brain to start thinking about this in terms of something other than like just what you're doing, and start to think about, hey, I noticed that I keep doing it this automatically. Next time, I'm going to try to do it this way automatically or something, or do it a little bit differently, right? So don't worry if you can't feel anything now. What you're doing is you're putting the chicken in the pan. It is sauteing. Don't touch it. Just let it do its thing. Eventually, it'll be cooked. But just kind of pay attention to it and strike when you think it's at a good position to flip it over. There's a lot of things in life we kind of just have to let work. She's lovely in this pose. Like right there, I drew that line for the center line. I'm like, it's slightly off, but I know next time I need to be looking at this shape in perspective so I can get that line right first time. But in the meantime, I'm going to still try to get it right, because even just trying to fix the pose will help me understand it better. See right there. I noticed that, hey, my top of my foot is much higher than, or the bottom of my leg right there is much higher than it should be, right? We're flaring outwards as we get to the bottom, and instead arms and limbs get smaller as they go farther away from the body, right? So my flare is in the wrong direction, but that's okay. I noticed that. It's like, okay, cool. If I ever were to put this into real life, trying to apply it to a drawing that I'm doing, I know, hey, I need to be paying attention to this. And in the meantime, as you're putting that thought in your brain, your muscle memory is working in a sense where it's like, okay, next time I'm going to try to draw this shape in flaring outwards from the center to the top. See that? Not enough flare this way, not enough there. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. We can maybe make her, I made her torso a bit big there. And of course she has a gun too. It's just on her hip and she just has a snake instead. good time to take a break. Good time to stretch. Lots of good thinking going on. Lots of good practice. Don't think of it as brutal. I think it's lovely. You gotta let go of the part of you that cringes, right? Release the part of you that cringes. Let the cringe wash over you and flow through you. And in the end, I will turn the inner eye and there will be nothing. Only the base will remain. Like, no, I'm not gonna do a Shaggy voice. No, I'm not gonna do that. But yeah. Ooh. Lovely jubbly. Quite happy with some of these. I think I made her torso a bit long. Also, I think that's just how long torsos are. Maybe not that much. It could probably just take this entire thing and pull it down a little bit. See, right here, right? Looking at this again, I know that the glute ends here. So it should be more of like a this shape that ends in a taper. But instead I just have it very long and round. Should be more like that, a little bit flatter. But that's fine. If I see it again, I'll do it better. I'm gonna click on mine again. That's fine, that's fine. The one thing you learn by doing exercises over and over and over again is that once your brain starts to like take over and do things automatically well, right? Because there's the false step, right? Which is you're like, I can do this, and your brain does it automatically and it still looks bad, right? That is when your brain is like, I know what a hand looks like. Draws this. Right? Hand. You're like, that's not a hand. Once you get to the point where you're thinking about it every time and you find that you have time left over to think some more, that's when you start to like really hone in on things, right? You're always trying to keep your brain fully busy, right? Really thinking about it as you're going. And if you find yourself that you're like opening up some time, some space, and you can think a little extra, then shove in something else. Look at your stuff. Use that extra think time that you have to assess whether or not stuff is in perspective. Stuff looks like the same representation of volume, what the sizes are, right? Point these things out to you. What do you mean? It's really hard to explain, right? Because I remember vaguely starting out, you're like, even a minute feels like, not a minute, what's it called? Even a 5-minute drawing session feels like you're going like a million miles per hour, just trying to capture all the things. You're like, right? That's what it can feel like, even if you have like 5 minutes. It feels like you don't have nearly enough time, right? And eventually, every once in a while, you get a pose, you're like, okay, I kind of get this, right? I kind of understand what's happening in this pose. And you finish and you're like, there's nothing I can really add to this, right? And eventually you start getting a whole bunch more, right? Eventually you start getting to the point where you're just like, okay, done. And you still have time. That's what I mean by extra think time. Your extra think time is the time that you have where you're like, I think I've done everything I can. And as this, like, eventually you go from like 1 in 10 drawings or like figures where you have this like, I think I got that really good. Eventually you get to the point where you're just like 5 in 10 figures, where you're just like, that's really good. And so once you get to around this point where you feel like you capture it all, then you can start thinking about like, okay, obviously I still want to improve and get better, right? This is at every single level, right? Every single level. Doesn't matter if you are a beginner baby, right? If you are a little level 1 goon, or you're like a level 100 boss, right? You're doing the same thing. You're finding this extra space, and you're thinking, okay, I need to be thinking about volume, right? You start adding that to the register, right? Where you were just so focused on grabbing the image before, now you start thinking about, okay, instead of just grabbing the image, before I draw, I'm going to think about what the volume is of this image that I'm trying to capture. Right? I'm going to think about what is the volumetrics of this perspective, right? I'm going to think about how does this fill the space that I can't see? But don't rush into that. just do the figures, try to capture the image, try to capture the gesture line, right? Get that nice S line. Probably be something like this, actually. Or whatever. I don't know. I'm not looking at an actual ticket. Let's use the one I can see. Focus on getting like the gesture line, right? If that's what you want to focus on. Notice that I'm starting to think about contours even drawing them. Yeah, there we go. And that's what I mean by that extra think time, right? You're seeing like volumes and spaces, right? Draw this lady. And she's got a leg here. She's got the volumes for the breast there. Right? You don't have to be perfect. Boxes and 5 primitive forms, I can draw them somewhat believably using only the outline of the shape. I can map out where the corners and intersections are. Yeah, that's a really good one, right? And that plays into like being able to draw with shape. If I lay out this form, right? And I can see this as a box in my head, you're on your way to like thinking about things in shape as well as with line, right? It's a little harder with line to do. Oh my god. But yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about, right? You're like drawing the lines in your brain without doing the lines. That not being perfect sucks. It is. Yeah, that it does, right? Because your brain will always, your eyes and your brain will always adapt faster than your muscle memory. But, you know, that's not the thing to worry about, right? The thing to worry about is to keep seeing that without falling apart. Maybe if I wanted to give it a little twist, right? But generally this one would be like this. Or this one would be like this. Or it could also just be like this. PP studies are good. So that when you think about a penis, what you do is you have the main base of the shaft. We have a very short, depending on the person, it's gonna be, some people have ones that like curve slightly. So there's this like section before that curves. And then you have the final like uptick. And that's where this baseball hat sits. And then of course you have a main tube that comes around the back. Right? That, for example, is a very chubby one. You can also have them be in every single direction. I like to draw them in perspective to challenge myself, but you can also just draw them as rectangles on the side, from the side view, right? You have the main shaft base, you have the bit of an angle, and you can draw the baseball hat on top. Right? And of course, for everyone watching that might be a moderator, what we're talking about is the arm. This is the shoulder. Here is the torso. And so if we draw characters that have really big, heavy arms, you can draw them like this. We can think of it like that. So you still have the same basic shape. What you're doing is just a reduction in detail, right? The more detail you have, let's say you have that forearm, right? And this one's a forearm, but you know, it's a good example. If you draw a character with a forearm and they have a massive vein running down one side, that's going to be like something that's not super custom to like a really cute character, right? So we have reduction and simplifications of forms. Right? Nubs and small bits, right? Oftentimes we leave out the baseball cap for the shoulder, right? Oftentimes we just ignore that completely and we just leave it the way it is. You know? Other times you might have a sleeve on the end of it. And that sleeve kind of like takes the shape of it. Other times you'll tend to find that the base is just going to be wider than the tip, right? You still want like a proportionate amount of length to it. And the size is going to be measured by how much torso you have underneath, right? Because if you have a ton of torso underneath, you know what I mean? Then it's going to make the arm look much smaller. Additionally, characters that have really big like arms and stuff, let's say we have one that's like just really massive. So we have the main bend, we have the big bend, and we have like a little tiny shoulder connection. right? At that point, if you give them a really big torso, what's going to happen is that it's going to not look as big anymore, right? So you kind of give them a proportional size. And then from there, it makes it look even bigger, right? Because everything's about like perspective and contrast. So the important thing to make note of is that when you're drawing these things, you gotta just like pay attention to what it feels like, because it doesn't really matter how big you draw something, right? I have this shoulder here, and it has a lot of details and like arms and veins and stuff, right? And then I draw another one. It's like this, right? That is significantly bigger because it's right next to it, right? But it still looks like it's a small arm, right? Because there's not as much detail. But because it's right next to it, this looks way smaller now. So it's all about pairing your bigs with your smalls, right? A big shape, just like we had that one discussion, right? This rock formation, there's no context for it. But if we draw this same rock formation way back here, we still have no context for it. But then we place some small like bushes or something, or like a tree. Right? And then we put this tree over here, so it's in front. Now we have some perspective for how far away this other thing is, right? And if we put this bush, right, or whatever we want it to be, over here, we have more perspective of like what is in front of what, right? The same thing with like details. If we add details to rock shapes, right? We know we have all these details and stuff. Refinement of the form, increasing of the shape, stuff like that. Just drawing random ass lines, by the way. And we don't have that on this side. Maybe we just have the big divider one, where that's like in front. Then we know that this one's going to be closer because it has more detail. Tangent, yeah. Could be a master tree. Trick is we don't really know anything as far as like size related, right? Relative size. It's all dependent on the context of the environment that we put ourselves in. Yep. We can put clouds in the sky. And as long as they're behind something else on the ground, we can have context for it being like a really big cloud, maybe. Fun stuff. But yeah. All right, who's ready to get back on figures? Because we only have 3 hours left to do sketches after this. I said, by Allah, we will finish this penciling or we will die trying. But first we gotta figure inshallah. Is that inshallah? Okay. There, it's updated successfully. I gotta change it on Discord. Or not Discord, on YouTube too. I feel like every religion needs to be taken with like some level of lightheartedness, right? I don't know, fucking maybe next week we'll do by the guiding light of Lono, we will do this assignment. Which is the Polynesian deity, by the way. By the burning hate of Pelor, we will do this assignment. It's alright. I don't want to give Christianity special treatment, right? Because even like, oh, we can make fun of Christianity, right? Is the same thing as like, yeah, I can make fun of any religion. Or like poke a little bit, right? They're all big enough. They're all big enough. At least that's my view on it. Oh, I have a move with my brother. What did he do finally? What was my plan for this? It's been so long since I played this chess game. Okay, I think I'm pretty much guaranteed this. I just ate his rook. Fish. Okay. Book incites them to dox you, dox and hurt you. Let me play some time. Yeah, some chess. Maybe we'll do some, well, you'll be asleep by the time I finish my pencils, but... It depends on the... Also, by the way, it does depend on the doctrine, right? Not all Muslim doctrines are, like... A lot of them are just as much about, like, treating yourself well and treating your community well as Christianity is. There's a lot of like Christian sects as well, right? Here in the United States that are like, you should go and punish people who are taking God's name in vain. So even if we make fun of Christianity, it's the exact same thing, right? And there's, realistically in English, there's way more like Christian people on 4chan who are willing to jump on any opportunity to just dox somebody or hurt someone. So I just thought it was funny anyway. Besides, it's not like I'm going out of my way to make fun of religions. I think saying inshallah we will finish this pencil or we would not allow dying is the same thing as saying by God we will finish this or we will die trying. I'm not making fun of anyone technically, right? But a lot of people will take it that way regardless, even though I'm not doing anything bad. I'm not taking anyone's name in vain or anything either. Christians are more likely to hurt me than Muslims are for using inshallah because, by the way, you're starting it in, because I'm using the word Allah instead of the word God. So, you know. I need to go down from there. Good to know. I already did this one. I'm skipping it. Yep. Oh, Drunken Master, let's fucking go! I always love the Drunken Master fighting styles in any game that they show up because they're just like a lot of fun. I'm a huge fan of Jamie also in Street Fighter 6, but I'm just not very good at playing him. Robin Hood does whatever a robin could. Can it sing? Yes, it can. Can it file its taxes on time? No, it can't. Here comes the Robin Hood. I want to make sure this is showing up as in front of the other one. So I'm going to try to put the arms in the state of being in front of the torso. This guy's got so many muscles. Jesus fucking Christ. Skip forearm D though, so. Obliques, that's what they are. Sorry. The muscles after the abdominals that connect to the pelvis are the obliques. That's what it was. Cool. strats. Okay, this one's a cool one. It is like a double person one though. So we're going to have to just really rely on some T-lines and stuff to cut the different angles. As well as just... goodness gracious. I love the way that the shoulder muscles, I always forget the name of them, here are kind of like penciling in. They're making that shape here above the delt. It's really fun. I made this too long, and I focused too much time on this section. I'm not going to get to the rest of the body and the torso because of it. We're gonna have to do really loose. Okay, really close up, intimate. This one's almost like a face study. We're gonna try to go for the whole body. So she's got the Chun-Li outfit on. If we have time, we'll go for the rest of it, but for now, we're just gonna focus on the details of the torso, the body, and the arms. We got a little bit of time, so we went for the eyes. Cap. Oh, shoot, that needs to go up here. Very rare to see mostly the bottom of the chin. It's still a good thing to practice. You never know when you have a character dead in someone's arms. Jesus Christ. I'm gonna start with the torso on this one because it's just easier to see for me. But another very dynamic pose that is helped by the fact that you never see a ton of this in media. I mean, I guess you kind of saw in that one Celine Dion video, I think. She did this one time. I might be thinking of a different artist. The gays need to tell me more about Celine Dion and whether or not she's done this. Is that sexist? Racist? I don't know. Homophobic? Big PP problems. Sure. Kind of always want to grab the mouth there instead of doing the rest of it, but I don't know why. Mostly because, like, visceral, like, yelling faces are hard for me to draw. Because I haven't drawn a ton of them. Alright, last 3, I think, for this page. Yeah. I have not done a great job of filling out this page properly. Or evenly, I guess. Evenly is the best way to say it. I did a pretty decent job of filling it out. She's got a really big nose. Really cool Colts. I think this is a Colt at least. It's like a Smith & Wesson style gun. Revolver. Revolver is probably the name of the type of gun. So I probably spent too much time on that and not enough time on the actual physical torso of this character. No, this is 3. Another character that is mostly a silhouette shape. Torso, and then we have the obliques. Always shorter than I want them to be. Feet. Gluteus. Thigh comes right out. Calves always curve inwards, and inwards I mean the opposite direction of the thighs. And the big hand shape is there. And of course, they've always got to have a gun. I like that one. Whoop! Alright. Home stretch. I guess it's not the home stretch, it's halfway done. This girl knows what's up. What the hell are these shoes though? What are those? They're so fucking pointy. What the fuck? Excellent anatomy study for the back. The neck muscles as well. That's where the top of the collarbones, actually that's not the collarbones, that's the other side of it. I forget the name of that bone, but suffice to say that it functions in the same respect as the collarbone does, but on the other end. So the important thing to keep in mind here is that even though the arm bends and twists, the wrist is going to be lined up with the shoulder because that's the most optimal way to distribute weights. So if you ever struggle with like, I don't know how to line this up, just like exaggerate a lot and then just make sure to put the wrist lined up with the shoulder if you have a straight punch at least, or a supporting weight on it. You can always gauge this guy's really well because he's got really massive forearms. It's really easy to put things together. You can see this guy's serratus muscles really easily, which is awesome. The latissimus dorsi, shoulder muscles, continuation of the latissimus dorsi, obliques. You know, like 7 muscles. You guys always exaggerate that I'm so good at anatomy. Let's see if we can draw pirate feet. I always focus too much on the hat, and I'm going to do it again. Can't stop me. Neck, collar, fluffy thing. Make sure that we're lining up. This is going to go back because it has to support the weight. And this one's gonna go forward just a teensy bit because it is kind of the foot forward because they're in a stance to like play with the sword. Me, I'm playing with my sword every night. You know what I'm saying? I have a cool, huge Nerf longsword that I always end up like swinging. That's not true. I never use that sword. It's just there so that when my friend comes over, he has something to swing around. But it's like, it's really big, so I don't want him to swing it around. Message was deleted by I didn't even get to see it. That's crazy. We're barbarians? That's the current guy that we have up here is barbarian. But no, I had I do have a Nerf longsword. It's really big. It's awesome. But I don't get a chance to use it too much. And I'm not really a huge fan of Hema. So it just kind of sits there because it's cool. It's the only really weapon that I have that I kind of like. That's not true. It's the only like sword I would really ever own. I have another weapon. I have my brass knuckles, which are really cool, and I like them a lot. I just need to get some brass polish or something. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of guns either. I like, okay, so here's the dichotomy, right? I think marksmanship is really cool. I don't think guns are cool. Because marksmanship is a skill that you train. But at the same time, I don't think guns are all that. I know Turtle likes guns though, so. And a box of red flags. A little bit. You know. Because it kind of just like, it's its own stereotype. It's like, why do you like guns? And it's like, they're just cool. It's like, okay, cool. Right? If someone admits that, that's fine. If they get like super into like doing all the facts and stuff, I'm like, listen, this is a bit weird. But whatever, I guess. They're like, I have to own guns. I'm like, you are a danger to yourself and society. It's like, you really don't have to own a gun. Unless you're like someone who's a subsistence farmer that hunts on their land, you really don't need to own a gun. That's too fat of an ass. I put the legs too low, that's fine. We already did this one today. I think the problem is when people try to justify it, it's like you're not doing a great job of justifying it because there's no real justification for a gun, right? They only are good for one thing, killing people and waging war. Or two things? I guess two things. Imagine the horror of raising a child in the US and having to come to terms you might not see them again due to firearms. Yeah! Listen, it was bad when I was a kid, but it wasn't like as bad as it is now. And it keeps getting worse every year because we keep putting money more into police, right? Than like mental health, right? The culture is not shifting. Well, it's starting to shift away from it more or less because we've been receiving more and more culture shocks. And this kind of goes back to the whole video I was watching on disaster capitalism, right? Because it's kind of just like, eventually people get sick of the status quo, right? Disaster capitalists take advantage of emergencies to like change things in a ways that they don't want to be reversible. But at the same time, eventually it becomes the status quo, and the majority of people will resent the status quo. That's just the way things are. So eventually it all goes back. Progress is slow, but progress is progress. Did I do this one already? I don't think I did today. I haven't done this one today yet. There are definitely some places in America where it is more of a threat than where I am, but that doesn't really excuse it, right? Okay, girl, shake that thing. And I live in a country where someone might take offense to what I'm saying and try to dox me or hurt me. That's why when you're like, gotta be careful with the religion, I'm like, yeah, literally anything I say in America could get me doxxed or hurt. The answer is not to be afraid and not speak. The answer is to speak anyway and find a community of people that will protect you and stand by you. Because when I'm like, especially with religion, right? I'm fascinated by religion, right? It gives a lot of people a lot of hope, and I think that's a good thing, right? So as much as possible, I would love to learn about all religions. One, because I don't want to like insult people, right? Everyone has their own beliefs and their structures, and I don't want to make someone feel like they don't belong because they have different ones. But two, because it's fascinating, right? It is the cultural lore of like what is the foundation of your people. So it's something that I want to know about for individuals. Something like, tell me what you believe and I'll tell you who you are. And that doesn't mean like what do you identify as a faith, right? That means like, what do you as a person actually believe, right? Do you believe wholesale that Jesus Christ came, performed miracles, died, and was resurrected? Or do you believe that the teachings that are left behind in the Bible are meant to guide us towards being better people? And that if we do so, maybe a deity will save us and protect us, right? That is kind of what I mean by what do you believe, right? Because there's a lot of people who are Christian and don't necessarily believe like that the resurrection is 100% a true story, and it's more just like a metaphor. You have to either or. You think the first response against criticism is not all? That's not true. You can't be a certain kind of Christian. But to normal atheist people, you would still be Christian, right? There's different sects and everything. This is what causes splintering. There's no true Scotsman because no one really believes 100% everything that they are told. That's fine, right? But literally every single sect of Christianity has a passage with the book that they disagree with. A lot of Christianity in the South, the contradiction is you have to be nice to everyone. I'm just going on based on what people actually do, right? It looks like a mess of scribbles if you do it like this, huh? The word for word commands of the book. It depends. Because a lot of people don't count Mormonism as a sect of Christianity. But at the same time, there's a lot of people that do. I think it's this one? Yeah. Requirement for cult. Thessalonians and Romans says word for word, a Christian is someone that believes Christ died and rose from the grave. Sure, right? They might believe that as a miracle, right? In the same way that people believe that a snake spoke to Eve, right? But every culture has that like belief, right? That they were talking animals. That's just a lot of foundational myths are that. Things happen because there's a magic man that rose from the clouds. Listen. All I'm saying is that I know plenty of Christians who don't believe that it happened exactly as it was in the book, the way it was in the book, right? They might still believe that Jesus rose from the dead and was ascended into heaven, but they probably don't believe that it happened the exact way that it was written, blah, 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 right? And that's fine. I think that's fine. The problem is you are not an arbiter of faith, right? You are just someone who is pointing to the book and using it as reference. And there's lots of Christians who will point to the book and use different parts of reference and ignore lots of different things, right? There is no true Christian because there is no true Scotsman, right? At the end of the day, you just kind of have to take people for their word, because it's not that they are the exact archetype of what a Christian is. They are just like a lot of the same things that you would associate with a lot of Christians, you would associate with that person that says it. So when I say, tell me what you believe and I'll tell you who you are, it's a very literal, right? You have to be honest with me about what you believe exactly, right? If you say you're a Christian and then you like have doubts in your heart about it, right? A lot of people believe because they want those doubts to go away. They're desperate for it. That's fine. That has nothing to do with my initial point of discussion, right? My point of discussion is, tell me what you believe and I'll tell you who you are, right? You might be, if you're someone who believes in a lot of what is quote unquote commonly believed to be Christian, and you say that you're Christian, you might want to believe in the goodness of everyone, the goodness of the grace of the divine, right? All that stuff, right? There's a lot of course there's cognitive dissonance, right? But if you want to believe in the parts that are they tell you, and the parts that are good to people and stuff like that, you're fine. Sure, but listen, statistically speaking, atheists know more about Christian religion than religious Christians do. So I want this one. Oh, there's a teensy bit up. Alright, cool. Let's just merge these all down now. I'm gonna export this. PNG. Nice. Alright, let's exit out of Discord. You joining us once. Jeez. Alright, let's get to our pencils. Melee characters? What? Shooter is Link's crossbow training for Wii because he is a hero and it is a shooter. Esteban Julio Ricardo Montoya de la Rosa Ramirez. Anti-Mason order propaganda? Sorry, I got a little bit distracted. Let's do pencils. So take that over the book advocates for the marriage of prepubescent girls. Yeah! Listen, I'm not supporting fucking anything over anything else. Okay, let's close this. New layer, hit the save button. Crazy that I'm layer 308 on this thing. It's hard to speak on with authority like that about an entire group of people. I don't like what the book says either, but to some degree we need to accept that people are not as evil as their belief structures or what they have been told would lead us to believe. People want to be good, and I believe that people want to be good. Son of a bitch. You know what doesn't want to be good? This fucking... Okay, we got my thumbnails. This was a mistake. Whew, alright. It's easy to say that women should be allowed to consent. They should deserve rights. They shouldn't be married at 9. I'm gonna stop crashing out. Yes, please stop crashing out. This is not what the discussion initially started out as. Okay, how the hell do these things work? Rectangle frame. Is there a way to like line this up with the corner or something? Looks to be about this big. Does this leave enough space for the gutters? What is this? Do I control something about the frames here? This is the frame background. Can I control something about this? That border. It's the mask. Oh, Hey, how's it going, Rolex? How you doing? Yeah, I'm not sure if this takes into account the bleeds. You know what I'm saying? Blue is the bleed. Okay, so then it's not the gutters, right? So that means I need to make this frame smaller? That's nice. Glad to hear it. Few projects now I'm planning to go midnight night. Nice! Midnight snacks are always the best. Okay, so then I need the ruler tool, right? If I export this frame, is there going to be a gutter around the outside? Or is all of this the gutter on the outside? Because that's also wrong, right? I want my pages to look like over here on the left. Will this give me a gutter all the way around, or am I missing it? The bleed is not the gutter. Okay, the entire page is white. Okay, you're not understanding. You must know what the gutter is, right? We have the page. We have the box. This is the gutter. The page that I have right now that I'm working with, right, looks like this. And then it has this like dotted line in the center. And then it has this outline here. Then it has this like weird line thing at the top, right? If I draw a box from here to here to here to here, is this the gutter? I guess the only way to do this is to test. Better? Gutter. Bleed? Right. Absolutely all of it exported. What the fuck? This doesn't tell me anything. Ha! It needs to export. Yeah, I did. I hit the export button. What do you mean? File? Export Webtoon? Nope. Export. I don't know which one of these would export as the thing. Sure, export Webtoon. Okay. Yes, but if it all exports, what the fuck is the point? I think it exported? I don't know. Now I have a comic file. Oh, a comic file is just this. This is the comic file? What? I hit export as a webtoon and it didn't do anything? I'm aware that they need to be there. I just don't know which one is what. And you don't know either. Yeah, I didn't actually export. When I hit export webtoon, it didn't export shit. Where is my DJI? I'm just gonna put this in the Twink Lantern one. Select folder. Just the one page. I hit export and we're gonna see. Okay, yeah, so it exports the entire page. Motherfucker. Yeah, it doesn't have any of those things. So my guess is I don't know. I don't have a guess. Let's just Google it, I suppose. Let's find out.
Hey folks, Luke Stone here. I've had a lot of questions about how I set up a comic book file in Eclipse Studio Paint EX, so I thought I would come and just do a real quick tutorial, show you those settings and how I have my workflow set up for it. First off, we're just going to simply create a new file, and once this menu opens up, you're going to make sure to grab the comic book page with the gear. That is going to allow us to create some custom settings, and you won't be able to do this any other way. So we're going to rename this as, no, never mind, let's do a new comic. And you can see I'm saving this in Dropbox. And down here below, my canvas size is going to be slightly bigger than the print size, but it is 600 DPI so that we can have plenty of resolution. Now, these are the important numbers, and I'll make sure to add these in the description. The width and the bleed and the border size will all get us a perfect file for printing. The next thing we're going to do is set up for multiple pages. We normally work with 32 pages.
I think it would have been fine for you to say, I don't know.
Also make this a page by page or for Webtoons. We are making a print document, so we're going to do page by page. This next feature is called the Combine into Two-Page Spread. Now, I like to do this. It still keeps the normal.
I can't change any of these settings anymore.
Me to see the pages with the left binding and from right, just like a US comic. I would reverse that otherwise if I'm doing a Japanese comic. But this will allow me to see the comic as I would normally read it if it's physically in my hand. So I'm going to go ahead and add the cover page. You don't have to do this, but I do. Again, 600 DPI, and this will just add 4 more pages to the document. Now, here's where you name your story, and this is a little bit different than the file name, but I haven't really noticed too big of a difference except for mostly on export when I do PDFs. Most of these settings
It's okay. There's nothing ever wrong with saying you don't know.
As much as really that
I don't think I know. That's why I was asking.
and then your border width. But you can set these however you like, and then once you're done, you just simply hit OK. Now this is going to take a minute to populate because it's building a folder that has all of these other files in it, and it's doing this thing where any pages that are kind of facing each
It's
other
okay.
will be added together. So the bigger the book, the longer it takes to populate that. And here we are, we're done. And so as you can see, we have all of our pages next to each other, and this is laid out just how I would read it in a normal comic book. Here is the cover image, or cover file. There's no image there yet.
So here we can see there's the bleed, there's the gutter, right?
And so you can see you've got the cover separate, you've got the inside cover would be separate, the first page would also be separate. But pages 2 and 3.
That's what I mean, right?
Together. So when I'm doing my
if we just pause here, this section, I don't know if you guys can see that very well. This section here, this is the gutter, right? This is the external gutter. It's usually about 3 millimeters ish, or like 1/4 of an inch. I think it's 1/4 of an inch. So the margins, gutters, whatever you want to call them. And then this is the bleed on the outside, which kind of makes sure that if there's any, like, if you're breaking the comic box, you know exactly what is and is not going to be exported.
Actually see how the art would flow for storytelling better and put that page turner right at the end. So that's how I do that. Again, I'm going to make a file available for you guys to download as a template. Thanks for watching, and please...
This does not answer any of the questions, but maybe we can extract some information here. So their page size is, so we can do bleed width of 0.12. So we can maybe edit some of these settings. Where are we going for? Story? Maybe, and maybe in story? Change project settings. Because a page is open, please close all the pages. Okay, so we can go here and we can just clear this one. So I don't need that. Now hit save and then close this. And with this one, we can close this. And so now we can go back to here. We can change project settings. I still don't know how to change it from a unit of millimeters. Oh, here we go. I'm assuming that they are in inches because they don't really show their settings. But it would make sense for them to be in inches. Yeah, they never fucking show what unit they are in. Which is a little bit annoying, but it is what it is. Whatever. So 6.3, 6.63. 6.63. And then 10 point something, rather? What was it? 10.19. Resolution of 600. I'll do that also because I'm miserable using this resolution. Let's see. Comic settings, binding size. Oh, that's the full binding finish size. Okay, so 6.8 setting. I need to move this to the side so I can have it both. Turn off display capture. Oh, you guys can't see the settings, so I'm changing if I do that. Never mind. Okay, let's just put this to the side. Okay, so width is 8.7, 4.3, and then the final is 6.63. Copying just some random person. 19. Bleed width of 0.12. Default border inner sides. So these are all just 0.25. Margins. Oopsies. 0.25. Something does not feel right about this. I'm not sure why it's doing it like this. But it's probably fine. I don't really want to cover for this. I don't think it matters. Number of pages is fine. They have it set to from right. So that means that they're turning it from the right hand side. View this page by page. Let's see. Cover page. I'm not doing a cover page. That's fine. Don't know, to be honest. That's okay. Let's see. Subtitle. I don't have a subtitle. I don't know if there's like a name for it to do it. Let's see.
Pages to the document. Now, here's where you name your story. And this is a little bit different than the file name, but I haven't really noticed too big of a difference except for
yeah, it doesn't do anything. Turn on page number, all this stuff. He does have it set to inches. Okay, so that should more or less have the settings set up exactly like this random person. Luke Stone. I don't know what comics this guy makes. But sure. Set default border not upside down or right side. What? Not upside down or right side left? I guess I'll have to Google that. I don't know what this means. I guess that's fine. I don't know. The width has changed also now. That's unfortunate. Because I changed it to like A5 or something. Alright, 6.87 and then 10.43. This has been changed. If you change the resolution, all pages of the same original project will scale up. Hit continue. Yes. We'll see how this plays out. Hopefully this doesn't mess up page 6, which we've already done stuff on, but we'll see. Okay, so everything is kind of smaller. That's fine. We can use this as an ability to like stretch things out a little bit more, which is good. I would definitely prefer to have all these guys farther apart from each other to give it a little bit more space to breathe. Realistically, I don't think Cranio should be added to this. I think he's just one extra character that's not needed. So I will probably be removing them. I think functionally they just kind of ended up being the same thing as Meek. So... Now there's quite a lot of space. Oh well. Okay, well that's good enough, I think. Ooh, okay, so again, my guess here, we can just delete this because I don't know what I was doing. This is our border. How thick do I want the... Can I change how thick the border is? There should be a way to affect the border, right? Yes. I don't know how thick the brushes are. Maybe 10? 15. Sure, a nice thick border. Okay, cool. Cool. I'm getting it, I think. I don't know. We'll see. It's a bit big. Why don't we start out by setting up like the perspective. That's a little bit better. I don't know if I want to split it right down the middle. I think I don't. Nice. We have the head. The torso comes in. Hips. Technically, this one would be slightly higher because they're moving with it. Get them the box that they're carrying. Finally, the part that I actually like to do, the drawing. I don't know why they gotta make it so hard to get to the actual drawing sometimes. Myself included. I think I spend too much time focusing on things that don't matter too much. I should. Also have the character designs. Wait, what's up? What's wrong? What's wrong? What's the matter? I do really like this crazy headed rock monster, I guess. I don't, you know what? Let's turn it into more of like a tube. You guys also are still looking at everything on my screen instead of just the thing. There you go. That's better. Now you guys can see the music again. What's everybody up to? Any big plans for the weekend? Now that we are just drawing, we can just talk about whatever. I don't know why I'm messing around with this. Studies? Yeah, you told me you're gonna do the face study. I really liked your worm studies, by the way. You did an awesome job. I love how like what's the best way to say this? How versatile Zorms is. It's so easy to draw like the expression sheet and have them all be there. I feel like if I draw Sprung, it's not nearly as easy to just be like, well, maybe I just need to practice it more. The problem is the hair covers up a lot of stuff, so. I think the hair covers up a lot of stuff. My brush should be a bit bigger, I think. Glub Shido, that's the word I was looking for. Glub Shido characters. That's what I mean when I say like Star Wars characters that people love that no one knows. Glub Shidow's back, baby. I think 23 opacity is too dark. Or too bright. Oh wait, no. Go back to, I think I was at 20-ish. Which is why I don't like the bald emote. Best part. What do you mean you don't like the bald emote? I thought you liked the bald emote the most. Focus on what? Did I say something about focus and then forget? Or did I just not respond properly? Here is a big deal for the character. Exactly, right? So it makes it really hard to do like emotion studies or whatever. Zorm is just like a face, so it's really easy to just do it, you know? Should give this guy like a pot belly or something. I don't know. Ha! Alright. Let's see. Primarily most of what we need to get. perspective for this foot is no longer in the right place. Too much cheek. If I remember correctly, there is... it doesn't need the movement lines. The character is plenty in motion. Poki Village, always a fantastic addition to what I'm listening to. Ever show you Zorm 1? I don't know. I don't think so. Unless they are on your art fight page. I don't think I have seen them. how's it going, Turtle? Hope your vacation is going well. Then no, I have not seen Storm1. Sorry, if I'm being too focused on stuff, just go ahead and let me know. It's okay. I really want you to finish working on this. That's me too. Why does my phone so loud? So I like talking while I'm doing stuff, but if I don't talk about anything, I'll just like completely shut the fuck up. I'll just like shut up and not do anything, like talk or do anything. And I feel like as a streamer, I still need to have a little bit of entertainment value. Just a teensy bit. We'll get there eventually. I wouldn't worry about it. Guilty because it's just distracting. Oh, just on a mountain? Yo, tell me about the mountain. What was that like? I should be responsible for myself. Don't worry about it. I want to hear from the people I'm with. Right? I enjoy spending time with fans, viewers, friends alike. I can work just fine. I think that's a bit much. We have 1450-ish? Wow, really? Because I know, I don't think, what's his name? Antonio was on a mountain, but they didn't have. Oh, no, yeah, I have seen this swarm. They're lovely. Lovely jubbly. Yo! Tall as fuck mountain. Nice. Damn, son. I do love the clouds too. That is a bright ass sun. Wild. It should definitely, one, be bigger. So it's noticeable. Let's immediately darken the area around this character so that it stands out a little bit more. Cool, that's our establishing shot. We want our shot reverse shot. So let's go ahead. Now, I think you're using size 10. Does that adjust to it? No, it did not. Using size 10. Create new, draw border, raster layers, fill inside the frame. Sure. Sure. And change the shape of the brushes? That's crazy. I don't need any of that stuff. We hold shift, it's going to give us our box. We want them to be about, a third-ish of the size. And I would like to move it. Like to move it. Like to move it. Like here. Let's get a full view of the page. Yeah. No vector layers? I'm doing, what's it called? Pencils, right? So that's not as important, I don't think. I want to use it to fill up this empty space here. Okay, and then let's do another one. Actually, let's just copy this, right? Duplicate. Frame 3. And then we'll drag this out onto here. See, here we have our problem where it's slightly too big. Maybe we can just make it tighter. Or we can just do that. Actually, I think they're better suited as slightly rectangular. I think there's a smart way to do this, and it's border size. Let's just delete this and then copy this one. Gonna go probably back a couple days. Yeah, it'd be fun. Literally took the picture of the cloud because I like sprung with like these clouds. The discouraging thing about learning to draw with my shoulder is that all of the artists I look up to draw from their wrist. DWJ and Tight Kubo. They probably do draw from their wrist some of the time. Like I said, learning to draw from your wrist or your shoulder does not have anything to do with like actually drawing from your wrist, if that makes sense. Because if you're drawing big, you're gonna draw from your shoulder, right? If you're drawing small, you're gonna draw from your wrist, right? It's very hard to draw from your shoulder. What do you mean? I was trying to snap this. It's not snapping. It's gotta be a nicer way to format this, right? Sure. Also, these borders are all 10. What's this border? 15. I think that's fine because this is not an establishing border. It's fine. It's okay to draw from your wrist. Like I said, when you draw from your shoulder, you're getting access. That's not the pencil. You're getting access to what the fuck? You're getting access to this motion, right? Really long, smooth lines, right? And that's good for a couple of things. That's good for setting up gesture, right? Getting these loose lines. And then details. You're going to be drawing from your wrists, almost the tip of your finger. So you're going to be drawing in a mix of both, right? The main reason people say draw from your shoulder is because you're going to get really stiff lines if you try to draw gesture and big things. I'm not drawing with my shoulder. Here I'm drawing with my wrist. Like I said, very small details, you're going to be drawing with your wrist. Little bitty, right? This is the range. If your detail is smaller than this, right? And this is just like the motion I'm moving my thumb and forefingers up with my wrist, right? If my detail that I'm drawing is smaller than that, I'm drawing with my wrist. If what I'm drawing is within this range or bigger than this, right? What I'm drawing is bigger than this like range, right? If I was to draw with my wrist entirely in a circle, this is the size of details. Anything under this size is going to be detail with my wrist. Anything bigger than this size is going to be with my shoulder. Does that make sense? And that can change as I zoom in and out, right? If I zoom in, now the size for detail with my wrist is this big. And anything bigger is shoulder, right? If I zoom in really, really close, now the size for my wrist is this. And if I want to draw this face again, I would be drawing with my shoulder. So here I'm drawing with my shoulder because the details that I'm drawing are bigger than what my wrist can accomplish. I don't think it does, but it's okay. Big enough tablet to use your shoulder? How big is your tablet? Because the only time I think it's not big enough to use your shoulder would be if it's like 5 inches by 3 inches, sort of a deal. Just try that experiment on yourself. Just plant your wrist firmly on your tablet, and then just from your wrist, draw a circle. What's the biggest circle you can kind of manage, right? And if I zoom out, now that's this, right? So I might draw a character with just my wrist doing this. I might still use my shoulder. It's you kind of go in between. Look at it as more of like, are you going to plant your hand on the tablet and draw something, right? Or are you going to keep your entire palm gliding over the tablet, right? It's like if you play guitar, right? Size counts my motion with my shoulder on my phone. Yeah, no, I'm not saying you can't. Remember the what's it called? Remember the circle practice? You can use your shoulder at any height, right? It's just a matter of practice. Does my wrist able to do that? Sure, but so is my shoulder. My shoulder looks nicer. And then you can get even smaller, right? And even smaller, right? And even smaller. And this is all from my shoulder. It takes practice, right? But it doesn't mean it's impossible. I always try to draw really tiny details with my shoulder from here. My shoulder isn't really moving too much. The only thing I'm doing is keeping my hand loose and floaty off of it. That's what you want to do. If you draw with your wrist, but it's all like loose, that's fine, I guess. I'm trying to get the healthiest motion out of it, and the healthiest motion tends to be the most efficient motion. Practice is so hard. It's not even close to getting nice circles. That's fine. And don't worry about it, right? You're just letting this go in the background. You're sizzling this in the background. The chicken is browning. Let the pan do the work. The pan in this metaphor is the study. And the chicken that is being fried is your brain. Which I feel people would think is accurate sometimes. What a nicer straight line. There we go. There we go. A better look at Venatrix's character model right now. Hmm. is so hard. That's okay though. That's okay though. Don't worry about it too much. You'll get there. Just do what feels natural and just try to focus on staying loose, right? Stay loose. If you ever like you've been sitting down drawing and you feel like you can feel your muscles were all clenching the whole time, relax, relax. Try to draw with your shoulder, try to draw loose as much as you can. It's like when you learn to play the guitar, right? The first 5 frets are easy, but being able to like go all the way up and down the key, like the neck of the guitar, loosely and fast is very hard, right? Me personally, I it's really hard for me to like balance the guitar with the neck and everything with my hand and also slide it across. But I know that's a much more efficient way of doing it, is to have the guitar be firmly held in the other hand and let my hand fly across the frets. But I still haven't gotten very good at that yet, so that's okay though. No, I want... What is the angle again? It was definitely looking at them. So I think I can just do the back of the head instead of the side profile like I wanted to. Up and down the neck of the guitar with your hands. Exactly, just like that. Hope that helps a little bit. It seems like you're a bit down, and I don't want to... Well, it's okay to feel down, but I want to see if I can help. Oh, no, for sure. I understand completely. Some days it's really nice and good, and other days it's just like, what the hell was I ever doing ever? Those days never stop coming, but we learn to appreciate the days that were really good, I think. Not the most hopeful, I guess. I wish it was a more hopeful speech. But, you know, once we learn to make the most of the days that we enjoy, right? It means that we're not as worried about the bad days, because the bad days will pass. I think we all know that the bad days will pass. And once we get into this rhythm of making sure that we know that the bad days will pass, we don't have to worry so much anymore about whether or not we're going to make it. Hopefully, yes. That is always the hope. But it's all right. Maybe we can get you to work at Bang Comics someday. Wait, does she have side pockets? I don't think she does. She does not have side pockets. Oopsies. False. Things that I have done are bad and wrong. Why do some artists have same face syndrome? I know it's not a skill issue because they are technically awesome everywhere else. What is it called? It's really just like a lack of practice, right? Because the face is made up of generally eyes, nose, mouth, and eyebrows, right? These all each have their own geometry. So realistically, each part of the face has its own depth and complexity, right? You can make as complex a nose as you can any other part of the body by like doing features like this, or just the different ways you can render it out, parts that you can like include, exclude, right? The nose itself can be just as complex as drawing the hands, and as it can be drawing whatever, right? And part of the reason why they have same face syndrome is because they draw so much, right? They're drawing what works, what is fast, and what they know, right? So they have same face syndrome because they've drawn this exact face 5,000 times. So it's the face that they're really good at drawing, and it's what they rely on to get out of a jam or to beat deadlines or something. It's the easiest one they draw. They've drawn it a million times. They think it looks the best because they've drawn it a million times. It's kind of just like this level of like, they've become very comfortable with this, right? And so because they're very comfortable with it, they're not going to change. Or they are very unwilling to change. Like anything, it's just a matter of practice and really wanting to do it and being aware of doing it. If they're excellent artists, that means that they probably know that they're doing it and they either don't care because it doesn't matter as much, or they don't know they're doing it and they don't care because it doesn't matter that they're doing it because no one's called them out on it hard enough to impact sales or their job. But just like there can be a million causes for any disease, there could be a million reasons why an artist may have same face syndrome. They might just like that face a lot. Let's rethink the anatomy for this section. Cage, we're gonna see a twist in motion. Got the obliques, and the obliques are gonna be bare, and then we have the hips, and the hips are where the clothes starts, correct? Yes. No. We're starting, the obliques aren't very big, so we're starting where the rib cage is ending, which is here. Boy, 1 week left of the competition with 0 submissions. I bet it's this week for sure. That's okay. So here's my main problem with like competitions and stuff, right? If it's not an in the moment thing, people are going to prioritize other things in their life, right? And that's not a bad thing. I hardly think that you would be mad that someone is spending their time with their family instead of doing an art submission. For me personally, I don't expect personal participation, right? Because out of all of the people that you have, usually only between 1 and 10% actually contribute to anything. Those are the people that are like vocal or whatever, right? It gets pushed to the side. Something's like, oh, I meant to do that and I forgot, blah, 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 blah. Procrastination's a bitch, and it always exists. The main point I'm trying to like cue you in on is that if no one participates, don't feel so bad about it. People tend to not participate given the opportunity. It does, right? So, unless you have like 1 or 2 people that are devoted and 100% guaranteed to do it, I recommend not doing human participation, right? It's part of the reason why I'm kind of less in favor of doing the community draw days until we get like a lot of people that regularly show up like you do, because I know that if it's just you and me in there, it's going to be a very empty canvas, and that's not going to be a lot of fun. It's not going to, you know, have the best morale. So make the wins easy for yourself, right? Make sure that you are doing the things that are going to get you those easy victories. The best way to do it is to like, hey, you want to do this thing, right? You'll do this thing with me, right? Call someone out specifically by name, who you know and are okay with it, probably. Is there a prize? I don't know what the prize is. I was unaware of the prize. I want this fist to be a little bit smaller. It is on the smaller hand after all. Plus, it's giving me some conflicting lines. Someone like that, Neuralite. Do I think I want to go find one? Ah! You can just like ask a friend, right? You could ask me also. You want? Can't promise that I will because I'll be busy, but owie. There we go. Got an owie then. It's already looking to be a better day, right? We got that owie. You have much more important things to do. That's fine. Like I said, I have the ability to say no, right? I should probably just move this arm back, I think. Because it's messing around with my ability to see the perspective. It's kind of just in the way. It hides the form. Lots of things we could do with that arm in other places. Put it there so that we know that there is. That's what it is. So we're looking down at that, aren't we? Hey, how's it going, Top Hat? Welcome, welcome. 30 minutes of streaming neglect chat? No, that's not true. What do I mean? Wait, what I mean by what I mean? Maybe I did neglect chat. Perhaps I did neglect chat. Might have been Coca-Cola. I said something about saying no? Let's just do this. I forgot. That's fair. Listen, I also forgot many times. Like right here when I'm doing these hatch lines, I'm drawing from my wrist, right? Just because it's a straight action, straight motion, I'm just trying to flick it down. I've gotten really good at controlling where to stop. Now let's go back to the first layer and play around with this. I want to do what is tweening? Oh, okay. So tweening is when in animation, right? Artists mentioned having a meltdown about it on Twitter. Yeah, so here's the thing, right? Tweening is when the computer controls going from frame A to frame B. So for example, if I were to have this ball go up, right? I just tell the computer that I want it to take 8 frames and it will move the ball, this exact image of the ball, like this. It's almost like it is using the grab tool and just like transforming it up, right? I don't know why it's not letting me. It'll do this, right? Just kind of move it up. It's short for in-betweening, right? You in-between. So the in-between is drawing all of the spaces in between it. Right? Where you do this, and this, and this, and this, and this, right? And it goes all the way through if you animate it. The computer controlling it is not the best because it doesn't understand ease in, ease out. It doesn't really understand how shapes deform, right? So it's just kind of, it's there to get you a placeholder and then you kind of like animate over it, sort of a thing. You can tweak it and make it really good, and it saves a lot of time in the industry, right? Especially if you're doing cartoons, that you have a lot of simple shapes or in between frames that are pre-made. So it can save a lot of time. So it's not bad. The problem is when people just do that and they don't do anything else and it doesn't look good, right? And it's when it's used as a cost-saving measure instead of a, what's it called? Instead of a tool, you get problems. Oops. Yet again, crashing out when you aren't actively speedrunning carpal tunnel syndrome. Kind of, pretty much, but also it's just like there's a lot of people who make fun of animation because it looks like it's tweened, right? They learned one keyword and they want to apply it to fucking everything. And it's like, no, you fucking moron. That's not how it works. Let me zoom in here a little bit. See what I was doing in this thumbnail. Okay, I understand now. Like I said, the problem is always when the tool is used as a cost-saving measure instead of the tool that it's meant to be used as. Twitter is a really sad face. It's not even really entertaining for me. That's why I don't use it. But at the same time, I appreciate the people that do use it because I am not someone who finds myself on it. So I rely on people who follow trends and get stuff to be able to tell me where stuff is. Oh, did I put the tail on them? I did not put the tail on them. Flip flop. You're just blind and can't recognize objectively good art. I saw another artist crashing out over people preferring their art from 8 years ago. Yeah, I mean, you could say the same thing about Samda's art, right? Samda's art style has transitioned like hugely, right? It's crazy how much the style has like progressed and evolved. And I for one think it's awesome. Like every like turn that they've made. But some people are like, imagine getting worse at art over the as years go by, and I'm like, you guys fucking suck. You guys are shitty. Oh man. But the people who also crash out because their new style isn't as accepted is also understandable. You can see this with like musicians too. People just want more of the same, but if you do more of the same, they say they're just doing the same thing all over again. So it's the same leg. It's the same leg. I can't have the same leg going back. don't think that's something I'm afraid of personally. Like, regardless of what everyone thinks, when I do art, the art is for myself, right? So if people like it, that's fantastic. If they don't, that is a shame, but that's okay. I do like to see how change comes for us all, though. Mm-hmm. Immediately when I put that down, I was like, yep, I've gone too far. Oops. Hot take, non-artists on the same time. that is a hot take for sure. Yeah. What do I have? What else do I think that's pretty much everything that's included on this one. Let's go ahead and draw something on the other end of the bazaar. Let's get some like cool buildings. Maybe this is a good place to sneak peek in Cragmore, right? We can have like a silhouette on the top. This is where it's gonna show that I'm really bad at doing backgrounds and shit. Gotta start exactly. Exactly. We gotta start somewhere. What a nice, pleasant day to be out and about. It's a good thing no one's gonna shoot a rocket launcher at me or anything. Okay, this one's pretty much done. Let's zoom out and see if it makes sense as a whole. I kind of want to emphasize Benetrix a little bit more. Right now, she doesn't really pop as much as I would like her to, and I think that's just because she's missing a bolder outline. This from a bit further out so we can see where we are or not. Are or are not hitting our points. The other thing I want to do, let's try this. So we know that we want Benetrix to be the main focus. Let's just try to make everything else a little bit less. We just come in through all of this and we'll just grab our opacity filter And we'll like that. That way she stands out way more. But we also want to make sure that Meek is being selected for. I'm just gonna give him an outline pass. Make sure that they, I guess, more specifically they. And be represent. I just want them to be very androgynous, right? Artists come up with something or a design and go, damn, I wish I would have thought of that. Yeah, no, that's like what all invention is. What artist did you see recently that you saw that made you think that? I know the Kill 6 Million Demons is one of mine. I'm like, damn. That's been really fun. What do you mean, you? Right, now it should stand out that we have two characters. One is the primary focus, and that is for sure true. Even with our characters just doing pencils, we can make this. Hear that, artist? I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Thank you for the glaze, as always. I'm gonna close this one and this one, make it easier to see what we're doing. Doing this next one. I feel like you have excellent ideas. I wish I had come up with something like Zworm. Zworm is awesome. It's just not something in my wheelhouse that I would have ever come up with. They're really good because they're just easy to be expressive with, right? I should make more bald characters. I don't make enough bald characters. It was really funny. I saw a short, right? So it's Corin Sweat and the guy who played Lex Luthor. I forget his name, but I know Corin Sweat. Speaking of, are you going to go see, or have you seen the Superman movie? tomorrow. Well, the person who was playing Lex Luthor also auditioned to be Superman, right? And like coming out of the audition, they saw Corn Sweat just like in the sun, and they were just like, "That motherfucker is gonna be Superman," right? And so it was really funny because they got them both on this like YouTube thing where they're hooked up to lie detectors, right? And the short was, Corn Sweat looked him dead in the eye and was like, was there any point in the movie where you looked at me and the guy's like, no, please don't make me say this. Don't. I don't want to do this. This is not good. He's like, is there any part in the movie where, and the guy finishes the sentence, where I thought I could do it better than you? It's like, come on, you can't. And it's like, you gotta answer the question. You're on the truth detector. We gotta go. And so it's like, yes, there was a point in the movie. And then Corn Sweat's like, where? But it was really sweet because the guy was like, no, really, because half the time I was watching you do this, I don't even remember where I thought I could do a better job. Half the time watching you do it, I was just so amazed at the way that you were portraying Superman, because Superman is such a hard character to depict, right? Because he has to be this paragon. And so how do you even like do something, pretend to be someone that's not human, basically, right? Not because they're not human, but because they strive for an ideal that is greater than humanity, right? And so the guy was like, you just did such a fucking amazing job the whole time. It's like, that's true. But yeah, apparently they're good friends. Right? It's so sweet. And it just like, it feels like James Gunn as a director has this capacity to turn like people into like really nice people, I guess. Because I never saw bloopers like that from Zack Snyder sort of thing, or like I never saw the cast interact in that kind of a way. And so it feels nice that like you watch the movie and then you're just like, oh, okay, cool. The people also making it really enjoyed making it. It feels good. It feels nice to know, right? Because Corey Sweat responded with like, I would have been shocked and amazed if you had answered that as no. So every actor has that thought, right? It's like, I could do this better. And 100%. Listen, I'm just like, I'm not a fan of Snyder's view of comic books, right? Where he like sees Superman as this like deific figure or whatever. And it's like, that's such an antithesis to what the character is, right? The character is straight up supposed to be this like abolishment of that idea that absolute power corrupts absolutely. It's supposed to be this stark contrast, this paragon that I will be an ideal to strive for, right? And it's so fucking cool. And to see someone shit on it by like, no, we have to have as much aura farming as possible. I'm like, fuck, god damn it. Please, someone else. Someone take the director chair away from this man. I don't know. I just don't really like the I don't like grimdark as much. I think that's what it is. Like, I like Warhammer okay, but literally the only like group that I like in Warhammer is the orcs. And why do I like the orcs? Because they're the only ones having a good time. In this grimdark future, like everyone's fucking miserable, everyone hates, right? Everyone's like this like destruction for like the end of times. They're ready for the death of the universe, right? They gotta fight stuff. Like even if you want to see like, oh, the Tyranids though, or whatever, what the fuck is the alien version, the alien thing? It's not the Flood. Is it the Tyranids? I think it is the Tyranids. What's the one in StarCraft? Justice League Unlimited, Injustice, and the Rebirth era of animated movies. Yeah, exactly. It's the best version of Superman. They should keep playing that one because that one's awesome. And not giving a shit and aura farming is not. It's cringe. It's bad. Sorry. Love and joy is the new punk rock. Batman versus Superman. I'm confused. I think I had moved off. I had moved on from a topic before we were finished discussing it. Very odd take. What's the very odd take? That I don't like grimdark? I agree with that. Oh, that Superman is best when he's like really nice, and we should always just play that one because it makes me feel better. Get tired of seeing the same Superman for 90 years. One guy makes a movie challenging the history and suddenly he's the worst person ever. No, it's just that it literally was the entire view of the whatever, right? Here's what I don't mind, right? I think Injustice is cool. I think Superman Red Sun is also really fucking cool. I think what's it called? The Ultraman is really fucking cool. I think all these different versions of Superman are great. But if you're gonna represent Superman fucking Prime, make him fucking Superman. Don't make him some sort of like aura farming and some like dark version. Eventually it just became known as the Snyderverse because it's all just like grimdark. Right? My problem is not that they made a grimdark representation of Superman. My problem is that they called it the main timeline for Superman. I'm tired, boss. I'm not. Get up, honey. It's time to watch Superman that is good for the 700th time. We have Reeves, we have Smallville, we have so many, and they always do well because people fucking love them, right? The Snyder hate is not forced. I still think that, I forget who did it. What was it? The Dark Knight Rises. What was the trilogy? Who did that one? I still think that's a really cool iteration of Batman, right? I think that was Zack Snyder. I don't, maybe not. Who did that? Who made The Dark Knight? Or Batman Begins. It was written by Christopher Nolan. I thought Christopher Nolan had a really cool vision for Batman. That's awesome. the topic anymore. It triggers me to my core because of how baseless the counterpoints are. Eh. It does just come down to preferences. Motherfucker. That's not supposed to happen. I thought I'm not using the right one. Okay, cool. Ha! Mm. Mm. There's a tangent here. Can I shrink the thumb? I can't shrink. I can. Oh my god, it's already 5. What the fuck? Right, I'm gonna have to finish all of this after hours. That's insane. Where the time flies, doesn't it? I've only finished a panel and 2, but I spent most of it just doing figure drawing. So, and I also started an hour late. So it's, you know, it is what it is. I should have done a better job. Honestly, I could probably just hide the rest of that. Like, this probably doesn't need to exist. I can just compositionally leave it out. I need to compositionally leave it out. I don't need to put in the hips or anything. Even though I know the hips go right there. It was going to be very difficult for me. All right. Bing, bang, boom, bop. Kind of shit I'm on, you wouldn't understand. No, I prefer like this. And then let's... actually, I think I prefer this look. This way I can flatten it and think about the alleyway. Hmm. My undo button is broken. Okay, I'm going to just finish this panel, come back, finish the rest when I get back from D&D. All right. And then I want to make this end get darker. This is receding into the darkness of the alleyway. Cool. Although it does bring up some issues with this. I think I can solve that just by giving it. Okay. I think maybe click off. Click back on. There we go. I'm gonna give it a metal rim highlight. Oh, is my pen just broken? I think my pen is broken. Cool. So that's a pretty decent reason to go ahead and end the stream. Because I need to restart my tablet. So thank you for coming, Kit. Sorry that we are very diametrically opposed and I keep bringing things up and making you upset. It is not my intention. I didn't mean to insult you by expressing my unhappiness with the Snyder Cut. I promise I'll do better in the future. But as always, I appreciate you coming by and putting up with me, even though I get you a little bit more worked up than I should. I hope your studies tomorrow go good. Your faces are already looking so nice. But yeah, have a good night. I don't have anyone to raid, and I only have you as a viewer. If I could make friends, then maybe we would do that. Let's see. I don't want to raid because it's gonna be like one person, and then a one person raid, right? And it kind of just like, then I have to interact with the person. I'm like, I gotta go. Fuck, man. I gotta leave. Exactly. Okay. Good night. Sleep well. I hope you're feeling better also. I forgot to ask, but you were pretty delirious yesterday, so I hope you're feeling better. Hey, Mom. He's a good boy. Anyway, good night and goodbye.